Hey people. Hey people. Thanks for swinging by. As soon as Loading Simulator 2020 is finished doing its thing, we're going to be taking off of. Hello! Going to be taking off from Grand Ledge, Abrams Municipal Airport near Lansing, Michigan, home of my former Army National Guard unit. We will be flying to Saginaw, based on Two-Tone Murphy and his. Why did start me at the fuel box? I already did my weight and balance. Two-Tone Murphy was telling me yesterday that he, in X-Plane, did a lot of flying out of Saginaw, Michigan. KMBS, I believe it was. And so I'm going to do some flying. I'm going to fly to there and maybe fly to Muskegon. I'll push back a little bit so that I can properly. Well, let's push back a little more so we avoid that taxiway light. A few hangars missing here, and by a few, I mean most of them. There should be a building right in here. It's another one of the Army buildings. I can kind of see it on the ground. Ish. Or this might be some J. It's been a very, very, very long time since I've been here. There's some buildings over here as well that should be there and aren't. Really appreciate everyone stopping by. Holy crap, 7 people at one time. That's awesome. Thank you, everybody. It really does mean quite a bit to me. Let's get this pony show started. That didn't make any sense. Let's get this rodeo going. That makes a lot more sense. All right, we're in the cockpit. We're going to get rid of that for right now. Make sure trim is set to a takeoff but nose up attitude. Now look down. We're going to turn off or open the fuel. We're going to prime. Master switch. Beacon. Mixture set to full. Throttle cracked. Off. Because I don't want to fry the radios. And clear prop. Let's try that again. Alright, let's prime this again. Hey, Brazen Head. Alright. Who messed with it? Who did the thing? That's at 100. Give another shot of primer. There we go. The engine is alive, people. Be quiet, OBS. I don't need your negativity in my life. Okay, beacons on. We don't need any other lights right now because it is clearly daytime. Let's see. Check. We're going to turn on the alternator to altitude, not to test. Don't need that. Okay, we're going to turn on the ADF. I should probably look at some navigational data as to where we're going. Thank you, AirNav, for being an asset to this whole thing. So AirNav. wow. There we go. Okay. MBS. Okay. Nearby radio navigation. See, NDB, which I put into the ADF, is frequency of 257. So 257. And that'll do a thing as soon as it picks up the signal. We can go and turn on radio number 2. I'll go to the nav side. At VOR MBS on the field is frequency 112.9er. So we go like there. That was easy. And just for a backup, the Mount Pleasant VOR is a frequency of 110.6. 110.6. Okay, so those should be set. Okay, let's add. So copy that. Open a new tab. I'm going to paste. And we're going to go back to 4D0. And they should have ATIS, at least, some sort of automated weather. Let's see. Well, closest one's Lansing, so we'll go with that. 119.75. There we go. And then we go up here. Choose 3003, so direction. Alright, we can turn that off. Okay, we're just going to turn that off right now. Alright, so we're going to announce our takeoff to depart to the east.
Delta Zero traffic Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taking off runway 27 departure to the east.
Although I think I should really runway 9er departing to the east.
Delta Zero traffic Cessna November 69er 47 Echo is taxiing to runway 9er.
Alright. Start making our way to the active runway. Real quick. Jump up a little bit. Let's hit the brakes just a wee bit. Alright. Okay, now we can announce that we're taking off.
Delta Zero traffic Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taking off runway 9er departure to the east.
Alright. Let's Taxi ourselves into position here. We are in the Cessna 152, words are hard, Aerobat for today's flight. Okay, we're at the point of frame stuttering and oh, smooth takeoff, even though the frames didn't want to cooperate. Have a nice smooth takeoff like that. We're going to retract the flaps already because we got a nice smooth ascent going on. Let's check the VFR map, and we definitely need to make an immediate turn towards the north. And northeast, northeast is kind of... I had two options, I just went with one of them. It is the northeast that we're really departing from. That's okay. It certainly is, and I'm running live weather, so what you see out the window of the airplane is pretty much what it is right now in most of Michigan. Now we're going to get to... try to get to about 3,000 feet. Check the VFR map. Yeah, we're good. We'll get to close to 3,000 feet and start leveling off for our cruise. Focusing on our climb. Alright, we're going to start leveling off a little bit, pull back the power a little bit, adjust our mixture for cruise. Readjust the throttle. Well, we got that good. Okay, we're going to start trimming down. That's not. Check that again. Okay, so that's... Okay, we need to trim it a little more. Be a little easier if I had an actual trim wheel, but I work with what I've got because it's adequate. There's a small freeze. Stop doing that. You... I mean, as you can tell, the sun is shining outside of my window that happens to be right there. And it's awfully sunny here in the cockpit. Pretty sure I've got quite a ways to go. Oh yeah. Some outside views of the wonderful green of Michigan. Back in the cockpit. So the only things that I can never seem to get trimmed well enough are the ailerons, the roll axis. But that just means I can actually fly the airplane. To me, it's the whole point. It's being able to fly. So, how's everybody in the chat doing? You're right, I am an aileron. I thought I was born a rudder, but apparently I'm an aileron. The test results are very definitive. Thought I was a rudder because I'm always behind. Ha! See what I did there? Aviation humor. Let's keep that back out. Let's scroll a little bit. So how's everyone day? How has everyone? Words are hard. I was outside for a good portion of the day, so my brain's a bit cooked. How has everyone's day been? I hope you've all been well, at least. Long? Well, you can imagine. But as long as you cap it off nicely, that's one way to sneak victory from the hands of defeat. Yeah, that'll do it as well. That silly work thing. Start our own business with family-friendly things in aviation and other wonderful constitutional things. But mostly aviation. Yep, I have. Yep. Mr. Winokur, I would definitely strongly suggest find a game. Words are hard, people. I'm sorry. Find a game or a simulation or something that you find natural to play and gives you joy and relaxation. And I would start streaming that fairly heavily, knowing your situation. I would almost even say you should pick up this to have some fun. I know Brazenhead informed me that, yeah, probably not Postscriptum. That might be an every now and then kind of game to stream, but not all the time. Don't make your name doing it. Yes, or be Air Force Proud 95. Memes. Brazenhead was telling me that he recently purchased Ace Combat 7. I know that you two both enjoy the Ace Combat series, so maybe the two of you could get together and you could stream that. That could be fun. I would watch when I'm not streaming myself. Now here's the thing, Brazen. Is it uh, your mic arm? What about your left arm? Uh, is it crossplay compatible? Can you play on Xbox with people on PC, or it's not a thing yet? On delivery, or you at a hospital in the maternity ward? Hey, I flew by your work yesterday, so there's that, Mr. Winokur. Exactly. Um, well, I would investigate whether it's cross-play compatible. I think more. Well, you know where I got it. You know where I got my sense of humor. But I would definitely investigate whether Xbox players can play with PC players on Ace Combat. Um, Otherwise, I mean, that's still an option to stream. You know, play through the campaign and then maybe start getting into co-op or multiplayer depending on what's going on. I would like to save up and get a new yoke if that were a possibility. But between availability and pricing, that's kind of rough.
Approach Cessna November 69er 47 Echo is type Cessna 152 2 miles northwest of Tree Sierra 5. Request flight following. Cessna November 69er 47 Echo approach. Squawk 2044.
Oh, jeez.
Squawk 2044 Cessna 47 Echo. Cessna 47 Echo radar contact 2 miles northwest of Tree Sierra 5.
No kidding.
400 feet. Altimeter tree 0.03. Copy Cessna 47 Echo.
Okay, yeah, we're good. Oh, let's turn that back on. Yeah, we're out of range of the Lansing ATIS. I don't even know that we have another one of these guys, so that's probably completely moot. Well, the series of digits of November 69 or 47 Echo are forever etched into my brain, and thusly I will always forever use them in Flight Simulator because of reasons. Your rank shipped. Who's it shipped with? I'd like to inform you, Mr. Winokur, that this is not a shipping stream. So take your relationship stuff somewhere. And for those not in the know, apparently I'm in my World War II reenacting unit. I'm apparently getting a fancy schmancy new set of stripes unexpectedly. So there's that. Hooray. In all honesty, I would have started streaming sooner, but after I got home from some morning activities, I took delivery of a cheesecake, a caramel apple cheesecake made by a good friend of mine, and it was amazing. And I also had a lovely chat with my dad. Are you trying to say that you're no longer wrong rank for the wrong thing? I am and forever shall be Colonel Ford. However, in some instances, I may have other titles and ranks associated with me. Well, if I was the right rank for the wrong thing, or for the right thing, I wouldn't be me, would I? How dare you try to make logic? No, you, Tobus Wan. Well, we're already halfway through the flight, apparently. And from here, we're going to end up going to Muskegon Airport direct. Just kind of give a nice bit of a tour of Michigan, the what are sometimes referred to as the Irish Hills of Michigan. And having that been confirmed by an Irishman who is also a flight sim streamer, goes by the name of Two Tone Murphy. Excellent channel, go check it out. Tell him I sent you. And has confirmed that Michigan looks an awful lot like Ireland in some places. So that's pretty cool. We're roughly on the same latitude, which so it makes sense. Oh, there's Flint. Flint all the way somewhere over there. Don't drink the water, kids. Yes. I don't know as I have that set up. I don't know how to do any of that fancy things. You tell me how to do it, and I shall make it so. But until then, I'm still giving a non-automated shout out to Two Tone Murphy. Please watch his stream and tell him, yes, we can. Tell him I sent you. Tell him regards from the Colonel. He'll know who you're talking about. I was trying to figure out what was on my shoulder right here, and it's just light. Which explains why I didn't feel any weight on the shoulder. Ha ha! Ha! I make joke. Oh, we're getting close. Getting close. Ooh, I'm 3,600 feet. What should a joke make you? What in the world? That's... Oh, let's fly outside for a little bit. Turn off the GPS or VFR map. A lot of wheat. Oh, trust me, after having my brain been baked a little bit today from the sun, I'm a wee bit sleepy myself, but that's what caffeine and sugar are for. That's such a good sound to it. 47 Echo.
Saginaw approach Cessna November 69er 47 Echo 3000.
All right, take it easy. We'll see you later. Well, the other day, I think I was still flying FSX, the old version of this, and an AI aircraft made a call out, and it was 49er Echo. I'm like, wait a minute. What's wrong here? What's going on? And it did me a confuse. It was so close. But it was in completely AI traffic, just had that close of a name to it. Yeah, it really did. I was quite befuddled. And that's a fun word to say, befuddled. Just like to reiterate, I do appreciate each and every one of you that have showed up to the stream. It does mean quite the world to me. I shall endeavor to do my best to make it worth your time. I mean, I can have a lot of pun fun with a lot of words. I do thoroughly enjoy the regular dad joke as well. It is a bright sunny day, and there's barely any clouds, and that's okay. It's for this, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because I both want to see how the weather is depicted in this, but at the same time, poor weather kind of makes it less fun to fly to a certain degree, depending on the weather. So it's kind of funny. It's a double-edged sword. Alright, we should be getting close to being able to see Matt. It's an airport. In fact, it might be that right there. But don't quote me on that. I am heading to MBS. Things are going pretty good. How are you, Murphy? I've been singing your praises here for a little bit because you talked about Saginaw, Michigan yesterday, and I felt compelled to fly there today. And the weather is fantastic. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I do appreciate you stopping by. And I'm running live weather, and it's just a stunningly beautiful Michigan day. That looks like it right there. So we're gonna head ahead and cancel flight following.
Cessna 47 Echo cancel flight following.
Cessna 47 Echo Saginaw approach cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Okay, so we're gonna go there. I struggle to find reason to leave Michigan. It's such a good looking state. Okay, 1, 2, 0, 0. MBS International. Saginaw Tower. Full stop.
Saginaw Tower, Cessna November 6947 Echo is 10 miles south with Yankee to land.
Cessna November 6947 Echo Saginaw Tower. Enter left traffic runway 23. Altimeter tree 0.02, wind 212 at 11.
Fly left downwind runway 23 Cessna 47 Echo.
How's your day been, Murphy? Oh, nice. I've yet to go there in flight sim or in real life. Nice. If they did as good of a job down there as they did with the Detroit metro area, I'm sure it's stunning. Let's trim up a little bit for not so severe descent. Ooh, Mount Rushmore. Oh, that would be awesome. You planning on making a video out of that? Because that'd be really cool to watch. Nice. That would be great. I think we got a good descent going on. Let me trim down a little more. You can see the runway right here, and we're going to enter a left downwind. We're going to just fly straight at it until we get to a certain point where it would make sense to do a proper downwind. Because the runway 23 is I'd be heading this direction, so I need to head, oh goodness math, roughly runway, or heading of 4 degrees? Gotcha. That darn Allen's coming back for a second round, huh? She wasn't satisfied the first round, so she's coming back for more. Meanwhile, all you lot are getting just abused. level off here, which should be a good pattern altitude. Oh yeah. Oh no. I was watching it last night after my stream ended, and I made it to the point where you're coming out of the clouds, and I fell asleep. I was a little tired, but that was, oh man, white knuckle flying right there. A little more to the right. I guess it's 5-2. On runway 23. Yeah, 523. I should have known that. Derp. Alright, so we're going to trim up a little bit more. We want to get level because we want the speed to go down into the white arc so that I can safely deploy my flaps and begin the rest of the descent. Because there's the end of the runway, and that brings the nose up, so we got to trim back down to maintain airspeed. We're going to bring the throttle back down to 1500 RPM. Now just landing clearance. And we want to be somewhere around the neighborhood of 70 knots. We're going to keep on the heading of 050 for a minute. We've got one notch of flaps in. Alright, we're going to turn the base leg. Level off. Throw in another notch of flaps. So we're going to turn final approach. Although I'm probably turning a bit steep. It's okay. Can always adjust that. I am low, so I'm going to add some power in. In fact, I'm going to also put in the mixture. There's the middle marker beacon. Add some more power. Throttle to altitude, pitch to airspeed, as my dad has told me. And then we keep gently pulling back, pull back, pull back, pull back, hold back, hold back, hold back, hold back. Touchdown with the main gear, down with the nose. I'm gonna pull out the flags. Dead stick landing. That was an achievement. Except I still had the engines on, so I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Thank you, sir. Now I gotta find a taxiway so I can get off of the runway. That looks like one right there. I'm working on it, Tower. It's a long runway with not a lot of turnoffs. Aye. Alright, so flaps are up. We need to contact ground, so contact ground. Let's see. We need to go to MKG. So I need to look up the nav data. I should probably contact ground and at least go to... Well, we can go to takeoff options. We can wait here, honestly. Okay, so... Again, thank you to AirNav for being quite the asset. KMKG. Muskegon County Airport. Let's see, tower's going to be 126.25. No. No. Okay, so VOR. There's no ADF, so that's useless. VOR 115.2. Up, up, up. Swap that around. Alright. We're going to talk and go to... want to depart to the west.
Saginaw ground Cessna November 69er 47 Echo with Yankee request taxi to the active departure to the west. Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taxi to and hold short of runway 23 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 120.1 when ready. Taxiing hold short runway 23 via taxiway Alpha.
Alright.
47 Echo.
Now we taxi back to the active. I'm going to assume that this is the taxiway they're referring to. Because hold short runway 23, and that's the runway we just landed on, so it makes sense. My powers of deduction tell me I'm going the right way. Look at the grass, it's so good. Although it seems as though they need to mow the grass. Just saying. The only thing I wish is yokes and rudder pedals would have force feedback in them. That would be cool. That would be immersive. Force feedback in a yoke and pedals. Because sometimes the wind just wants to fight you. And you're like, no, I want to go this way. Alright, we're going to pull back. Woo! Pulled a wheelie there for half a second. Okay, we're going to slow down because we got to make this turn without flipping the airplane. Alright. And we're now holding short. Which is odd because I'm tall. Killing it. I'm 6 foot. I'm not that short at all. Alright, so we want to request takeoff clearance.
Tower Cessna November 69er 47 Echo ready for departure to the west at runway 23.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo cleared for takeoff, runway 23 west, departure approved.
Cleared for takeoff. runway
I've got jokes, man. I've got jokes. Just ask my mom. Alright, let's follow the taxi line. And it abruptly ends there, so we're going to line up with the center line of the runway. Flaps are up. And confirmed by my mother, I have the jokes. Okay, full power. We're fighting with the rudder a little bit. And I need to adjust the sensitivity curve on these things. And flaps went down at the right time to give a nice, relatively level takeoff. Look over at the terminal building and all the parking. Goodbye, Saginaw. My visit was brief, but enjoyable. I really wish there was a replay system.
Continue for west departure. I will contact you next when you leave my airspace.
Thanks, Tower.
Saginaw Tower, Cessna November 6947 Echo.
Okay, flaps can
Continue
go
for
up.
west departure.
Going to maintain full power until I get to cruise altitude. We're going to look at the VFR map and see roughly the right way to go. To MKG, which is right here, although it's only just depicting the VOR. So we're going to zoom in a little bit. Thank you, middle marker. I don't know why you're telling me that I'm in the middle, but I appreciate it. The communication is important. Yep, 47 Echo is cleared for takeoff. Okay, so we're going to try to get back to about 3,000 feet. Level off, have a nice cruise. Look at it's a beautiful day. And I'm not talking about the U2 song. Just look at the scenery. They did such a good job. Absolutely. You have a good night, Murphy, and you rest well, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Flying around Rome tomorrow, I guess? That's good. Turn that off. And once again, I do appreciate everyone that has showed up to the stream and stuck around and watched me be a fool.
Leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Saginaw
Thanks, Tower.
Cessna November 6947 Echo frequency change.
Saginaw approach. Request flight
Saginaw
follow.
approach Cessna November 6947 Echo is type Cessna 152 4 miles.
Oh, that bugs me.
Saginaw.
It's just Cessna 152.
Cessna November 6947 Echo Saginaw approach. Squawk 2137.
Squawk 2137 Cessna 47 Echo.
Pull back a little bit. Start leveling off.
5 miles southwest of Saginaw, 2,800 feet. Altimeter tree 0.01.
Copy Cessna 47 Echo.
That's good. Turn that off. Alright, so okay. Leveling off. About 3,000 feet. Start adjusting mixture for cruise. Pull back the power just a hair. And we're at cruise. We're just waiting for the plane to level off and sort itself out, and we should be good to go. On our way to Muskegon. Muskegon. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation a little bit. Muskegon. You know you're from Michigan when you can look at the word for Charlevoix and know how to pronounce it correctly. A lot of French names in Michigan. Don't care. Oop, banking a little bit. Okay, we're indicating just over 100 knots. Not just Mackinac, but the different spellings of Mackinac. And then there's Fort Michilimackinac. And Sault Ste. Marie, as it is, I flew to Sault Ste. Marie last night, and it's salt. And it's just like, that's not how it's pronounced. Ooh, our heading's actually pretty good. Awesome. Look, it's Chrissy's up there. Oh, nice. Hope from what I can tell, the weather's nice up there right now. Probably a little cooler than it is down here, but it's okay. Time for the shameless self-plug. If you enjoy the nice chill streaming, and you enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you want to keep following it, and you enjoy my presentation, be sure to hit that follow button, and you'll be notified anytime I go live, which right now is quite often. But yes, but the bridge was windy. Well, the Mackinac Bridge is typically windy to some degree, although in this particular simulation it's not very well represented. But yes, if you like what you see and you're not already following the channel, hit that little heart icon, and I would be deeply indebted to you. Also, I have my social media emblazoned across the bottom of the screen. Feel free to follow me there as well. But I'm pretty relaxed. I don't I don't get silly, too terribly silly. I like puns, and I like flying. I have a deep connection with aviation that spans my entire life, and it's a wonderful thing. And can we say just how much that Microsoft, despite some obvious issues, has really knocked it out of the park? I mean, even the little reflections here and there. Oh, the trees. The farmlands that some of them look like airstrips, but they're not. The wind turbines that are coming up on the screen. Some right here and right here, right here. And they're actually turning, not very fast, but they're turning. Okay, let's turn right a little bit. It really is. It really makes me want to visit Ireland, because Tuto Murphy over this past weekend was touring the Emerald Isle in this, and it was absolutely stunning. And it would be really fun to visit one day.
Cessna 47 Echo contact approach on 126.45.
What's the matter? You can't say, Miss Skeegan?
Cessna 47 Echo. Approach Cessna November 69er 47 Echo 3,100 feet. Cessna November 69er 47 Echo approach continue as planned. Altimeter tree 0.02. Approach Cessna
Ah,
November 7
dang it.
cancel flight following.
Oh, they weren't doing anything anyway.
Cancellation received. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
I'm not gonna fuss with it. I'm done fussing with flight following. I always end up going to acknowledge, and they don't want an acknowledgement, and it goes to cancel, and I'm done with it. I clicked the wrong button. I accidentally canceled the flight following and didn't want to do that. Oh well. Man, there's a lot of windmills out here. Guess it's a good spot for it. I don't know what city this is, but it's a nice, looks to be a nice little town. And one of the wonderful things about Michigan, whether you're flying or driving, if you go east or west, eventually you'll run into a lake, and you'll be able to figure out where you're going from there. Can make for a heck of a trip, but there's some safety in knowing that it's not that hard to find your way. It could very well be how. I don't know where I'm at. Let's see. If you go to airnav.com, it's near 2MI4 and northeast of KAMN Airport. I would look, but I'm a little busy. Also, not only is the weather live, the time is also live. So where you see the sun in the sky in the sim is roughly about where it is in the real world. a little bit. There's an airport right there. Right off an interstate. That looks to be 68 Romeo. Further to that way is AMN, KMAMN. A little bit. Oh, there it is. KAMN. And my phone's going off. Awesome. That was the cook of the cheesecake that I received today, which was fantastic. A very nice caramel apple cheesecake, and it was phenomenal. It's probably him again. Yep. I'm just a little busy right now. I'd be more worried about hearing it on a ship. But bullhorns and loud alarms are never a good thing. It's just be glad that I didn't hear it in my headset and I heard it back here. I needed a ringtone that would get my attention, and it does its job very well. I guess you could call this an airboat. Skyboat. Boat of the skies. An airship. Well, can't call it an airship. That's an actual designation. It is a vessel. Sky vessel. It does. Little scratches and speckles and There's even a smudge of grease. It's more noticeable when you get the sun coming in. I made sure to clean the front windshield with some Windex and Pledge before the flight so that the bugs don't stick. Pledge, as would have it, does a really good job of cleaning plexiglass. A lot of people spend a lot of money on fancy aviation cleaning supplies. Pledge and Windex work great. And I think the wax coating even just it helps with the the water repelling, and to some degree might even fill any kind of cracks or minor dings and scratches in the plexiglass. That's all speculation, but it works. You don't have to spend a whole lot of money on fancy aviation products. Windex and Pledge work great. Speaking from first-hand experience. I mean, you can't argue with the results that we saw, so can't really speak against it. Turn right a little bit. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Excuse me again. I apologize. I had quite a day, and last night was pretty exciting as well. Right a little bit more. Should probably be holding a heading of 260 degrees. Oh, I can't read that. I don't need to worry about the ADF because there's no DME at Muskegon. Alright, so I need to go a little bit further this way. Get back on course. I apologize if I mumble. Yeah, the little line's moving. The little line's moving.
Rondo 723, you are tree 2 miles west. Descent and maintain 8,700 feet. Expect ILS runway 23 approach via Hyden transition. Clear to Hyden.
That Chrono 723, that can't be real. That's got to be a player.
Climb and maintain 8,700 feet. Expect ILS runway 23 approach via Hyden transition.
That's an airline I've never heard of. Kronos. What are they, Klingon? It appears the Klingons have come to Michigan, y'all. Except they spelled it wrong. Klingon Kronos is with a K. And yes, I am a nerd. I like Star Trek. That's okay. It means I'm off. I don't remember. So let's just head 260. Excuse me. And if I'm not... What?
Grand Rapids approach Cessna November 69er 47 Echo is type Cessna 152.7 miles northwest of 47 Golf. Request flight following.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo Grand Rapids approach. Squawk 410 tree.
Squawk 410 tree Cessna 47 Echo.
Cessna 47 Echo radar contact 7 miles northwest of 47 Golf 3,000 feet. Altimeter tree 0.02.
Copy Cessna 47 Echo.
The only downside is you can't really tell them where you're going. And I think that should be a thing. Oh, there's Grand Rapids on the little mini map. So it's off in this direction. Somebody crossing up high in front of us. And we might go ahead and turn on the nav lights and the strobe lights. Can't wait until... actually, some people are already making airline liveries for the airliners. Not that that really applies to me. I would love to find somebody to make a particular airplane paint scheme and put it on all of the Cessnas. Because I could be a very happy person. And I don't yet have the tools to be able to make my own airplane liveries. Let's see. 260. Southwest. Slightly off west. I almost need to break out the sunglasses. It's kind of bright. unfortunately, I don't have any. I don't have the. Well, as I drop everything, including my water bottle, because it's how I roll. Yeah, that's a little better. I'm getting close. I feel like I need an AOPA hat. Huh. I wonder where that's at. So apparently we're still plenty far away from Muskegon that it's not showing up on this list. Alright, well, I'll just go back and resume. So who has some interesting plans for the weekend coming up? Or is everyone just kind of planning on chilling at home and relaxing after a long week at work? Which in itself is not a bad plan. Kind of helps with everything kind of shut down and locked down and whatnot. That's a good plan. Helping friends in times of need is important. Sunglasses are coming off. It's bright, but I'm gonna have to deal. Nobody cares, OBS. Stop yelling at me. Away. Oh, I need a new chair. Okay, so Lowell is right here-ish. That's Grand Rapids. There's Muskegon right there. Zoom in a little bit. And zoom in once more.
Beach Group 7 Whiskey Zulu, you are 18 miles northeast. Climb and maintain 4,400 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 26 right approach.
Yeah, take that, Beechcraft. Or take that, 7 Whiskey Zulu. Oh, open that back up. Back it up just a little. Nearest airport list.
Beach Group 7 Whiskey Zulu, you are 16 miles northeast. Climb and maintain 4,100 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 26 right approach.
Where in the world?
Climb and maintain 4,100 feet. Expect vectors,
ATC.com.ATC named Beechcraft. What? That's a weird. Oopsie. Alright, that's none of that is helpful. What in the world? Muskegon is Muskegon County Airport. That's real helpful. That's just great. So we're way off course now. We're going to need to figure something out. To at least look for the identifier. I guess I'm still a reasonable distance away, so shouldn't worry too much about it. And I'm rambling, but that's okay because it's talking, and I'm talking to I'm rambling to my audience who loves me. Not a drill. This is not a drill. General quarters. General quarters. All men.
7 Whiskey Zulu, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 4,100 feet altimeter tree 0.01.
I guess this Beechcraft isn't playing ball with ATC. And for some reason decided to file an IFR flight plan and not follow it. That's, oh well. What can you do? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? You tell him to get out of the airplane and go home. Because alcohol and flying don't mix. Lake. Okay, I'm gonna stop worrying about this because I'm just not gonna get anywhere until I'm a reasonable bit closer. Oi, thank you. Lakes everywhere. You get a lake. You get a lake. You get a lake. Well, yeah, that should be fine. Well, let's check outside and see what happens. Hey, there's a golf course. Anybody want to go golfing? Yeah, neither did I. You can almost see the lake. Getting a little hint of Lake Michigan right there. You tell me about it. It's kind of nuts. I flew over the Sioux Locks last night, and they looked like the Sioux Locks. Ooh. No, 2625. Aha! I already have it programmed. I'm smart. I'm smarter than I give myself credit for. Kind of goes back to proper prior that's all, folks. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. Some people might feel inclined to add a seventh P into that saying, but for the sake of my stream, I shall refrain myself. atccom.atc_name_beechcraft.0.text. That's a glitch. That's a bug. I found a bug. Pardon me. Pardonnez-moi. I should look at my fuel gauge, Sir Matt. Oh, a little over a quarter tank in each wing. Means we've burned roughly about a half a tank of fuel since we took off initially. I believe so. I believe it does go before the word pour. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. I'm not going to click anything until it actually tells me to click something. Okay, that's done. I can now switch radio frequencies. Not quite 10 miles out. I'm a little further out, so I will not contact them just yet. I cannot see a whole lot out of the front windshield. I don't seem to be locked up on my screen, so you may have to refresh something. No. Urgh. Buttons. Thank you. I cannot see anything. We'll give him a call.
Muskegon Tower, Cessna, November
50 miles out.
47 Echo is 15 miles east with India to land.
Cessna November 6947 Echo Muskegon Tower. Fly straight in runway 24. Altimeter 30.01 wind 240 at 10.
Fly straight in runway 24 Cessna 47 Echo.
124.3.
Muskegon Airport information India 2300 Zulu. Climb 239er at 10. Visibility 3. Sky condition. Q clouds at 1,200 feet. Q clouds at 4,200 feet. Q clouds at 12,300 feet. Temperature 20. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29.98. ILS runway 24 in use. Landing and departing runway 24. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have India. Muskegon Airport information India 2300 Zulu. Climb 241 at 11. Visibility 3. Sky condition. Q clouds at 1,200. Lansing Airport information Yankee 230.
Oh, crap.
Lansing Airport information Yankee 230. Lansing Airport information Yankee 2300.
Fine. Am I locked up for anyone else? Don't reckon. It's a possibility. I cannot see the airport. Well, I'm looking for runway 24. Is straight in 24? Yeah, fly it straight in. Huh, alright, well. I guess I'm on a very long base leg for a relatively long final approach. Just wish I could see the actual airport. Well, it's by a body of water, so that's a help. Should theoretically be right. Aha! I see it. The lights. So I need to drop to 1500 RPM. Or at the very least 20. I need to pitch up.
Cessna 47 Echo cleared to land runway 24. Wind 238 at 12.
Cleared to land runway 24 Cessna 47 Echo.
We are on a long base for runway 24. Or I think the proper terminology would be an extended base. I need to increase the mixture to full, as is proper protocol. Okay, let's drop it down to 1500 RPM actually. Actually may want to increase just a little bit because I'm still a reasonable distance from the airfield. Let's gain a little bit more altitude. We're kind of low. gas into it. Oh, we're moving around quite a bit. Let's put another notch of flaps in there. And while we're at it, we might as well put that last bit of flaps in there. There's the middle marker. Reduce power to 0. Flare. There's the mains, and there's the nose. Alright, get feet on the pedals. Woo! Careful. Use a little bit of brakes, slow it down a little bit. Stop a minute.
Going to 121.6 Cessna 47 Echo.
Alright. So need crack my back a little bit. Taxi to parking.
November 69er 47 Echo taxi to parking.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo. Cessna 47
That doesn't help me. So, we're going to experience the drone cam for a little bit. We're going to experience the drone cam for a little bit. Oh, for pity's sake. It might be down that way. So, that's where we're going to go. So, back to the cockpit, put some throttle in her. Get on that center line. Ooh. Yep, there's fuel box right over there. And it appears there's also a fire truck. It's like they knew I was coming. Doing my grandpa did, and often keep the yoke all the way back. Help keep the nose up and slow, keep the plane at a reasonable taxiing speed. And there's a Skyhawk. There's a fire truck, and okay. Thanks, fire truck, for abruptly backing up. Okay, so we're going to coast the throttle a little bit. going to wait on you because we need to set the parking brake, turn off the light. Well, Dad just turned on the landing light. Turn off the light, strobes off, nav lights off. Okay. ADF off, transponder off, radio 2 off, radio 1 off, all avionics are off. I don't know what that does. Okay, so everything's off, and fuel mixture out. And there goes the engine. And beacon off, battery off. Alright. So we're going to kind of pause a sec, figure out where we're going to go next. And while I do that, we're going to enjoy some visuals via the drone camera. Get a nice look at Muskegon. That is Muskegon Airport. Screenshot saved. Just stunning. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up go back down to my little airplane over here. Take another screenshot because reasons. I think that it's not going to let me do that, so make that a little bigger for a minute. We're going to go down all the way to South Haven, which is KSOH. And we're going to do that by flying down the shoreline of Lake Michigan, because that would look fantastic. So, KOSA or SOH. It's, if you're dyslexic, you think it was Oshkosh. Alright, so I'm going to go to edit that, SOH. Excuse me. KSOH. Really? Maybe I got it wrong. So, click on the thing I want you to click on. Okay, South Haven. South Haven. Oh, it's LWA. Excuse me. Let's see what's going from there. Let's get rid of the VFR map. We'll go in, add some fuel because we're getting a little low. I'm going to go back up to, we'll just fill the tanks. Why not? It's not like it's costing me money. Under the weight. So, got that. So now, we're going to see fuel cutoff is open, battery, alternator, mixture full, Throttle cracked. Let things spool up for a little bit. Beacon on. I never turned the ignition switch off. Oh well. Alright, let's prime. Try it again. No, huh? Give it one more shot of primer. Nothing. Fuel cutoff switch is open. Mixture's in. Throttle's cracked. Parking brake's in. I'll give another shot of primer. There we go. We've got life. Let's throttle her back down to about 1,000 RPM. Okay, so beacon's on. We're going to turn the nav lights on. We're going to turn the taxi light on just for kicks and giggles. We're going to turn the transponder on. We're going to turn the ADF on. Turn the radio 2 on. Radio 1 on. Now we can check the nav data for South Haven Area Regional Airport, KLWA. So we're going to first check the VORs. Nearest one is 112.1, and it's already apparently almost there, which is awesome. 112. There does not appear to be a DME. That's unfortunate. Let's back up. VOR. It's 116.60. So 116.60. Yep. And 122.8 will be the appropriate frequency. Oh, we're struggling. Have that on standby. There's an AWAS at 118.025. 118.025. So we're going to have that on backup. Awesome. We shall be going now. So, I'm going to release the parking brake. Actually, we're going to put that back on. And we're going to talk to Kalamazoo. Goodness. Muskegon Ground. Go back to clearance. We're going to taxi away from the pumps because apparently okay, let's try this. What happens when I do that? Well, I got news for you. Alright. Let's see what happens. Let's do this. Assistance. Navigation aids. Taxi ribbon. I wish there was a way to do this in the game. While flying or on the ground. And not have to do all that fun nonsense. You're putting me a Cessna 152 at an airline ramp. Makes sense. Clearly they have a little bit of work to do. And I don't know if this is a legitimate taxiway, but I'm not going to care right at the minute. Alright. So let's try to... There we go. Now we got options. Before we do that, we're going to go back into here. Turn that back off. Apply and save. Go back. Resume.
Muskegon Brown Cessna November 69er 47 Echo with India request taxi to the active departure to the south.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taxi to and hold short of runway 24 via taxiway Bravo cross runway 14 Bravo. Contact tower on 126.25 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 24 via taxiway Bravo cross runway 14 Bravo Cessna 47 Echo.
I know how to get there. So we'll try this again.
Cessna 47 Echo hold position caution other traffic.
Hold position Cessna 47 Echo.
I'm just gonna go.
Cessna 47 Echo continue taxi.
That's what I thought you'd say.
Roger Cessna 47 Echo.
Air traffic control may or may not be just slightly broken. Get away from me, Nat. Ooh, I'm way too far away. I'm too far away. Alright, there we go. It's a little comfortable. I really need to invest in a new chair. Oh, this is for the birds. Alright, so we're going to tune the tower. fun parts. Take off. Oh, we having fun now. Okay, 40 knots, 50, lower the flaps, 60. Oh, just smooth as a baby's bottom. Not that I know what baby's bottoms feel like, but that's just the way the saying goes. Start gaining a little bit more altitude, and we'll retract the flaps.
Cessna 47 Echo, continue for south departure. I will contact you next when you leave my airspace.
Neat.
Muskegon Tower, Cessna November 69er 47 Echo, continue for south departure.
Okay, flaps can come up. We're probably going to stay around about 2,000 feet this time, just because we're going to be right on the lake shore. So you can already kind of see the duneds. The duneds? Dunedge. Riker to data, smooth as an android's bottom. Yes. Oh, look, dunes over there. So we get to see, well, I can turn the taxi light off, leave the landing light on, turn on the strobe lights, just so that we're seen. Alright, we'll back off the power a little bit. Adjust the mixture, which is going to make the RPMs go up a little bit. And start the trim. Look at that! That may or may not be Sleeping Bear Dunes. I don't rightly recall where Sleeping Bear Dunes is. But I can tell you that there are some major dunes right there.
Cessna 47 Echo, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Oh, that's fast.
Muskegon Tower, Cessna November 69er 47 Echo, frequency change.
Okay, let's trim out. Oh, there's another airplane right down there. Hello, airplane. Hello. Hello. Well, there's a lot of dunes in Muskegon State Park. So there. Wahaha. You're probably right. It's been forever and a day since I've been to Sleeping Bear Dunes, so... Look at all those probably very expensive houses. And then there's just a yacht just chilling in the causeway or whatever it's called, just kind of chilling there, blocking traffic. That's cool. That's cool. You do you, dude. See, now you can really see some of the scratching and imperfections on the plexiglass window. What underport is that? Grand Haven. That's neat. So that's Grand Haven Airport. Those are some serious dunes right there. Okay, so we got a ways. That's nice. Get some real sightseeing in. Oh, I need a better chair so bad. And that vast body of water is Lake Michigan. We're way too north for Allegan. And way too close to the lake. We're just south of Grand Haven. I don't have a chart handy with me, so I couldn't tell you for certain, but I think we're a little too far away for Allegan. I have a feeling that even Palisades won't be properly depicted. I flew by a nuclear power plant that is on, or somewhere in between Detroit and Toledo, and it was not there, which was unfortunate. VFR map. Snowing. Not necessarily. So, whatever KBIV is. Okay. BIV. West Michigan, Holland. Okay, so we're still a little north of Holland. This KBIV, that is Holland. We're about even with Grand Rapids. So Grand Rapids is off in the distance over here. It appears that Halo 3 ODST might be coming soon, out soon for Steam, and thusly probably just PC in general. So that's exciting. I highly doubt they have it, but it would be cool if they had the big old windmill that's in Holland. That would be pretty neat. It's been a minute since I've flown into there. Ooh! Traffic! There's traffic out there! A little green dot. That's as far as I can zoom in. I don't know if they're real or if it's... It looks like next Dunes or Saugatuck. The windmill would be cool. Yeah. I'm wondering if this traffic is AI, like live AI traffic, or if it's another player. I don't know for certain because I have tags turned off, because I kind of wish they would only do tags for players, or at least have different tags for players and for AI traffic. But I'm also not going to get super picky either, because that would just be rude. Turn on Unicom. Might actually hear some traffic. So the Holland airport should hypothetically be right off the front left quarter. This is Holland. Not Holland, Holland, but Holland, Michigan. This is not the Netherlands. This is simply Holland, Michigan, where there happens to be a large demographic, or at least was largely founded by Dutch immigrants from the Netherlands. Hence, Holland, Michigan. Okay, so that's the airport right out there with the blinking lights. Looks like we still have a bit of traffic right out here. Little blinky light. We'll have a look, see if I recognize anything. My memory of the airport, the area is very, 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 very rusty. It was not one of our normal breakfast places. That said, I do have a vague recollection of a decent breakfast place within walking distance of the airport. Where specifically, I don't recall. The reflections on the instruments. Ooh, bouncy. Bouncy over the trees, said the airplane to the bees. Please don't hit me in the knees. And this has been Rhyming with Colonel Fork. No more rhymes, and I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? If you get that reference, you're awesome. There's a little glitch in the matrix there. Because the restaurant couldn't have been, it was within easy walking distance, at least if memory serves. Of course, things could have drastically changed from between then and now, so it's hard to say. Could have been this. Don't think it was. And it could have been just a different airport, but I don't know of any other airports in the Holland area. Unless it was KHLM. KHLM. Park Township Airport. So that's a possibility. But because I'm making a trip down memory lane, we're going to check it out. it's just so cool that they model. I mean, in areas like this, it's not modeled perfectly, but that's because this is one of the so-called autogen areas, which it consists of most of the world, quite honestly. It's not one of the photogrammetry, the high detail cities like the Metro Detroit area. I've yet to see if Grand Rapids is a photogrammetry area yet. That's on my list of places to go and places to see. And then at some point I will be Jesse Fives. Yeah, it's stunning. I was just about to say that with the new sim, I want to recreate one of the flights I did a while back, sometime last week. So it's not really that much of a while back. That where I go from Kalamazoo, Michigan, all the way up to St. Ignace. I did that last week and it was a lot of fun, but it's so good. It's so I don't have enough words in the vocabulary. But I'm glad you made the stream. I'm really glad that you made it. Okay, so there's the airport. There's a racetrack of sorts. That's interesting. Unless that's like fairgrounds. Which it could still be a racetrack if it's fairgrounds. Yeah, this might actually be it because that kind of looks familiar-ish. That looks like it could have been like a strip mall with a restaurant in it. Grand Rapids is definitely, not to be punny or anything, but on my radar. It's on my list of things to do. I was actually just discussing that I want to see if it's one of the photogrammetry places or areas. Which, if you think this looks good, which it does look good, the photogrammetry areas actually take the satellite data and extrapolates the actual buildings. I flew over Metro Detroit, and sure enough, I was flying over Targets and Lowe's and the GM Renaissance Center and so on, and it was so cool just to be able to see, like, that's an actual building and they modeled it properly, or at least as properly as the AI could get with especially with the graphic settings that I am currently running. Which, by the way, my graphic settings are on somewhere between medium and high, depending on the particular item. So this isn't even maxed out remotely. It only gets better. And it looks amazing as is. So it's pretty awesome. Right at the moment, I am. Yeah, seriously, it's other people that have better machines than I do can make this look even better, and it's nuts. Oop, that's a bump. At the moment, I'm doing kind of a lakeshore tour. I started off my whole flying today started off in Grand Ledge, Michigan, which is right near Lansing. I flew to Saginaw, landed and took off there. Then I flew from Saginaw to Muskegon, and I took off from Muskegon and flew down. I did a circle around Holland, which is where we are currently, And now I'm heading back south to South Haven, where I will do a full stop landing, turn around, take off, and maybe I'll actually head to Grand Rapids. How's that sound like for a plan? Well, if you're excited about going to Grand Rapids, well, I'll be doggone if I let some of my viewers down. We'll make it a plan after I land and do a full stop landing in South Haven. I will go to Grand Rapids. I may not land at the Grand Rapids International or the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. I may land in Lowell, which is just east of Grand Rapids. But we will definitely do a thorough flyover, and it's going to be at night, basically. And I should have plenty of fuel for that, which my fuel is indicated right here. I'm still a little over 3/4 full on each tank, so we've got plenty of fuel. And as you can tell, the lights are starting to come on the ground, so it's only going to look cooler for some night flying. Although at some point we may cheat a little bit and add a little bit of light so we can see if it's actually photogrammetry. See how pretty it is. Alright, so we got a minute until quite a bit till we get to South Haven. But just you look at the beaches, and it's just they did such a good job. If I look out that way, look at the sunset. Isn't that beautiful? It really is. And this is live time and live weather. So it's been a pretty nice week weather-wise, and that is quite easily reflected in the simulator. And as dark as it looks now is roughly how it looks in real life right about now. So it is in the sim 8:41 p.m. as it is in real time where I am. I had to check my phone on something. I need to drink some water because hydration is important. I hope everyone is still having a wonderful evening, those who've been here for a while, and I hope everyone that's showed up new is having a great evening as well. I'm having a fantastic evening. I'm but a couple of inches away from affiliate status. I need a couple more followers to meet the minimum requirement. But right at the minute, I don't care because I am very happy and relaxed, enjoying the sunset, flying over the lakeshore of Lake Michigan. I kind of wish that it would replicate the fact that on nice days like this you could see Chicago from here. Affiliate basically means that I can start actually, making money streaming. People can subscribe to my channel, and with either Twitch Prime or with actual money, and that money goes straight to me. Well, half of it. Amazon gets their cut because Amazon owns Twitch. It would be awesome to have a second income. Well, a supplementary income of sorts. And do stuff like flying Flight Simulator. And one of the things I've noticed is in the flight sim community, a lot of the streamers they're heavy into the airlines and such, and that's not my jam. I like flying close to the ground and seeing the scenery and flying low and slow, and it's a very relaxing process. I also don't typically use autopilot because how many more? I need less. I need like 2 or 3 more follows, and the big trouble that I've had, and I think tonight's going to help that a lot, is the average viewership minimum is 3 viewers, 3 viewer average, and I'm sitting at a 2.9 as of the last time I streamed, which was last night. So I'm getting there. I'm close. And tonight's been a really, really blessed night for me as far as that goes. Just need like 1 or 2 more followers and I'm going to hit the minimum of 50. I like to think of myself as a chill streamer. I try to be relatively family friendly. At most it's PG-13. I generally don't play things that I don't find fun. I play video games and do flight simming as an escape from reality to a certain degree, because especially this year, as interesting as it's been kind of a stressful year, and I like to bring a little bit of positivity and relaxed feeling into the world as much as I can. On the odd chance, occasionally I get a little philosophical, but that's just who I am. I'm a cool dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. And especially for streaming flight sim right now, because this only released Monday night, so it was released to the Eastern market midnight Tuesday morning. However you want to look at it, Monday night, Tuesday morning. It confuses me still. So it's only been fully released now for almost 3 whole days, for almost math. 46, 62 hours? Is that right? 24 times 3. 16. 72 hours. So there's a lot of people streaming, and 2 or 3 people in a stream can make a difference on where you're at in the browse section. And so that means the 6 viewers that it's showing that I have right now means a lot to me, because it means 6 people in the world are enjoying what I'm doing, and I have a great appreciation for that, and the least I can do is be interactive with the chat, and it means a lot to me, because I'm sharing something peaceful and relaxing that calms my life with other people, and they enjoy it, and that means a lot to me. Increase. That's not doing anything, so turn on the dome light. I try. I'm believe this should be South Haven. Yep. And the blinking light in the distance is KLWA, which is South Haven Regional Airport. So I can start getting on air traffic control. 122.8. Back. South Haven. Oh, it's on 119, so we're going to too far. Select runway for landing. Gonna select runway 1, and we're gonna do a full stop. And
Kilo Sierra Oscar Hotel traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo 2 miles northwest 2300 feet.
it's reddish on here on my screen. It's reddish. So I actually need to start a descent. Not that I have to descend very far. And as we go by, we're gonna check out the South Haven beach. Oh, there's a yacht out there. That's exciting. There's the private beaches for the residents and citizens. There's the marina. Doesn't necessarily do a great job with lighthouses either yet, but I'm pretty sure that will be addressed by either Microsoft and Asobo or a third-party developer at some point. And you can see all the public beaches. There's the park. It probably doesn't quite look exactly like Ron's house, but it's probably where it physically where it should be. I don't have a exact idea of where it is, so I couldn't say for certain. Oh gosh, there it is. Well, it's base leg.
Kilo Sierra Oscar Hotel traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is on base runway 1.
Turn on the landing light. Power. little on the low side, so we'll keep a little bit of extra power in. Flaps are all down. Okay, we're just going to pull power. And yoink back. Float, 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 float. There's the mains. There's the nose gear. Yep. They've got there is ground traffic on the highways. Sometimes if you look real closely, they do some fairly janky things, but at the same time, they're not they're not there to pay too close of attention to, but it's a nice addition. I should be able to announce I'm clear of the what the crap.
Kilo Lima Whiskey Alpha traffic Cessna November
All right.
6947 Echo is clear of the runway.
So if I go here, of course I've got to turn landing light off, taxi light on. And you see other aircraft, some ground crews, a bus. Okay, we're going to select a runway for takeoff. Well, 24, 235, 23, so we're going to select runway 5. We're going to...
Kilo Lima Whiskey Alpha traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is taxiing
there's the
runway
moon.
5.
Right there. There's the moon, and I don't know if that's what phase it's in, but it looks pretty realistic to me. Alright, we're at idle power because that's what we need to be. Hit the brakes a little bit, kind of slow down for the turn. Get back on the radio, and we're going to depart to the
Kilo Lima
north.
Whiskey Alpha traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo taking off runway 32 north departure.
Okay. Flaps are up. Flaps are up. Confirmed. Okay, so we're going to go down here. Landing lights on, taxi lights off. Fly, slowly, gradually fly, full throttle. Don't need heavy use of the pedals, they're just overly sensitive right now. Oh, too much flat. And just like smooth butter, a very wonderful light takeoff. And as we gain altitude, we look over at South Haven and the wonderful look of the lake, the reflections and the lighting. And we trim up so we don't crash into some trees. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Okay, so I apologize for taking away from the beauty. I need to fly the airplane. Alright, trim down, 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 down. Come on, we only want 500 feet. 500 feet a minute ascent rate. That's a lot of big words in one sentence, and I had trouble. Because words are hard. I got through it. It's all you guys. You believed in me, and I believe in you. Together, we can do this. So we're gonna go for about let's go for about 3,000 feet. Yes, we are. We're heading towards Grand Rapids. I'm going to set course for Lowell. Let's see. Airports. Go away. That. Can I please just get the, whoops. Let's see, we're gonna look up Lowell. Lowell. Not crash. 24 Charlie. Okay, VOR is 115.95. So, hooray for being closely. Oops. Secondary is 115.2. Back up. ADF 263. Okay, so now I want to adjust this to where, let's see, we want to go north. 15.95? Yeah, 15.95. Oh, I need to go the other way, so... Okay, that is set at 6060. Alright. Which means we need to head 060 degrees. We're going to start leveling off. Reduce the throttle. Adjust the mixture. Lower the throttle a little bit more. Actually, we're going to put the throttle at about 2,300 RPMs. Well, 2,350. Going to trim the nose down a tad. And we'll look out of the wing at the lake and say goodbye for now, Lake Michigan. We shall return soon. But until then, stay frosty. Well, maybe not too frosty. People want to swim in you when they can. And here I am on a simulation talking to a lake. And I've gone past 060. Well, that's actually 060, so that's Holland. And we're going to trim down a little bit more. Now, I should warn that my computer may have some struggle with photogrammetry. It does struggle a teensy bit with larger cities. So if you see any stuttering in the stream, don't worry, my computer is not on fire, probably. And it's just... It's doing the best that it can, and that's what's important. And if you notice, plus also direct there. Yes, there will. This there will. And over to the right here, you can see that's an airplane taking off. Again, I'm not sure if that is a real person or if that's AI. If you see this grouping of light right here, that is Grand Rapids. Oopsie. Okay. So, turn off the landing lights because we don't need to blind people. We've got the nav lights, we got the strobe lights. For a moment, we're going to turn off the dome lights and see how it all looks at night. There's a reason they call it the golden hour, and because it's to see the contrast between the light going away and the light, or the ground lighting up from all the lights is just, it's really neat. So it's definitely wanting us to put on course for bit further west than we want, but that's because we're tuned to Lowell, Michigan, which is just slightly west of, or excuse me, east of Grand Rapids. Oops, there we go. I think we'll be okay. If you need to go to bed, that's fine. I understand. Don't worry about it. Go away, bug. Flying on my monitor. Alright, we're going to go back in the cockpit, turn the dome light on for a while. Okay, fuel check. We're just under 3/4 of a tank of gas on either tank. And there are 2 tanks, one in each wing. I mean, you can leave it on and you'd probably sleep real nice to the droning, low drone of a 4-cylinder airplane motor. And my occasional voice. Might even help the dog. I need to drink some water. And I think the next time we land, I will need to refill my water. Because water is important. Staying hydrated is an important thing, and a lot of people forget to do it properly. So drink water, or tea, because tea has water. One might even contend that coffee has water. What does not hydrate you is pop. Pop does not hydrate you. It has too much sodium and sugar and other things. It's nice to have on occasion, but water is your friend. Even if you have to throw some Mio in there to give it a little flavor. Because Colonel Fort cares about his viewers. Just that. Yep, right there. Directional gyro. Altimeter. Well, you can already see the blinking lights of Gerald R. Ford. You can't see it, but there's some traffic off to my left. We are roughly, let's see, that I believe is Battle Creek. It might also be Kalamazoo. I'm not 100% certain. Have a look above. We're about 3,250 feet in altitude. As Fu Ming-Shu goes live. Another good streamer if you like racing. He's a good person to watch. Our airspeed is just a hair over 100 knots, which if you translate that into miles per hour, it's a little faster. It makes it sound a little faster, so it's probably around 110 miles an hour or so. Right now, yeah, and all the stars, and I look up at a little window and it's just stars. And if I turn the dome light off, and if I go down and turn the dome lights off and just look up, that's just cool. So there's Holland. I forget the name of this town over here, or area. I remembered it at one point and I have forgotten. Because I have Swiss cheese for brains. I could probably manage to fly over the car lot where I bought my vehicle back in February before the Rona hit. The only thing that my only criticism of that is not all of the highways are lit up with lights, and it kind of shows, it makes it look like they are. That's nitpicky, and I don't want to go down that road. But yeah, to see the roads lit up and street lights and all that is just phenomenal. Hey, there's even a car going down the road down there. And he disappeared. Right as I started talking about him, of course. So if we go out to the exterior view, that is the west side of Grand Rapids. It might be Ionia? I'm not familiar with the outskirts of Grand Rapids or the smaller dissected area of the Grand Rapids metro area. We're getting closer and closer to Grand Rapids proper. In fact, this should be US 131 right here, roughly. Well, the closest I've come to flying into Grand Rapids has been in a commercial airliner, and you don't exactly get the greatest of views, even if you get a window seat. If you get an aisle seat, well, you don't see a whole lot of anything. That's one of the wonderful things that I love so much about flight sims is it can give you opportunities to see the world, specifically this one, because of the satellite data and the big mapping and the photogrammetry that it does. It really gives people a really good opportunity to see their neighborhoods or the area in which they live from a whole new perspective. And one of the things I love most about aviation in general is it can give you a whole new perspective on life's problems, because any problem that we might be facing, it seems so huge and the problem seems so big, and then you get up in the sky a few thousand feet and just look at the world and it's so small. And it's taught me, at least, that don't sweat the small stuff, because it really is small. If it's not going to matter in 5 years, don't let it ruin you for 5 minutes. And that's just a little philosophical from Ford. It gives me new appreciation for life and how to look at problems. And it's just such a wonderful experience to fly. This right now is the closest I will personally get to flying for quite some time. It is an expensive thing to do, and especially now with all the COVID stuff going on, it's even harder to get into or just do. So get away, fly, shoo fly, don't bother me. Get off of here. Your bad self. Alright. Only want to play that game. Oh yeah, you see me I got the rag out. I got the rag out. You know, run. I just knocked my camera. I really flawed the camera. Oh no. I did not. He's outsmarting me right now, but I'm also trying to seriously multitask. That's better. That's a better camera angle anyway. Just gonna have to live with it for the minute. And that's fine. I can deal with him later. So this is definitely US 131. And take note that now that we're over a highly lit area, the bottom side of the aircraft is well lit. Would you fly? Don't bother me. Quit flying around and bothering my stream. I believe. Look at the highway. Yeah. It's lit up like the 4th of July or Christmas or something pleasant. But I believe this is... It might be M6. It might be M6 because if you turn here, it eventually goes around to Gerald R. Ford. So this has got to be M6. So we'll swing around there real quick and we'll kind of make our way up to downtown. As soon as there we go. Get inside the cockpit. This fly is getting on my nerves. It's at the top of the frame. Yeah, you better run. Got him. He made a foolish decision and went between the light and my monitor, so I just had to tap. He done. Why, thank you. I just had to exercise some patience and let him make the first mistake. And I still have a nap problem. And this is where you'd get off M6 to get to the airport. And we're going to do a big FAA no-no. And just kind of casually fly over the airport without talking to the tower. But I won't tell if you won't. How about that? Let's make a deal. And keep in mind, this is still real time in the sim and real weather. So this bright light out in the distance is, I believe, Lansing, or it's that one. Excellent. Then we have a pact. We'll do a leisurely turn over to the airport. And you can see this is where you get off, and then you turn here, and then you go up here, and then you go into the terminal area. There's a plane landing there. Although if that's a GA airplane, I don't know why they're not using the small runway. But again, we're getting into the territory of the nitpick, and I want to avoid that as much as possible. I think the gnats like me because I'm sweet. Or I'm just full of something. Hey, there's actually some airliners down there. I'll be darned. How about that? Some ground vehicles doing their thing. You can see that's a parking lot, I do believe. I do apologize for sudden movements of the camera. Do believe I've flown into and out of this particular wing before for conventions. Well, it's so long term that this is still just kind of a unfinished area at the moment. Alright, let us delve into further into Grand Rapids. As we can see the lovely sliver of a moon. You can still tell that the sun in the distance is on its way westward. Although the sun's not moving, it's the Earth rotating. But I digress. As we bid farewell to the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. Okay, let's make our way back to 131. Which I believe goes right in here. If there's a particular part of Grand Rapids you are looking for, I will do my best to navigate towards it. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm also enjoying this. There's a lake. I don't know what the name of that lake is, but there is a lake. Right off Nya. Trim down a little bit. Okay, we're going to dial back the throttle just a hair. Getting some struggle busing. That's okay. There's the S curve, I believe. There is downtown Grand Rapids. If you look carefully, you can see the cars navigating the S curve as best as they can. This, I believe, should hypothetically be Van Andel. I could be very, very wrong. It does not appear that Grand Rapids is a photogrammetry city, which is unfortunate. Yeah. It does a nice approximation as best as it can, so it's difficult to criticize it too much. But you can see all the little cars are, they got one car going the wrong way. I believe the Whitecaps, the Grand Rapids Whitecaps, the baseball team, the stadium's up north. So we can head in that direction, follow the Grand River in US 131. I'd really like my phone to stop going off, that's for sure. Adjust it that way a little bit. That looks like it might be a school of sorts. might be where the Whitecaps are. I'm not even sure if that's the name of their baseball team, but I'm sticking with it until I find out otherwise. Sweet, I remembered something. That doesn't happen very often. Yep, it does fairly accurately reflect snow, rain. Um, Whether it changes colors for fall or not, I do not know just yet. But it does, at the very least, account for snow and winter. And it does actually have snow accumulation as well. I need the panel light. Okay, so that's 1.5. 1.6. No. As the kids would say, it's legit, fam. Okay, check that. Check that. Alright. Turn the panel light back off. In fact, that might be the Lowell Airport right there. Have a good rest, and we shall talk in the future. Rest well. Okay, so if that's okay. Okay, that's a little bit more of a 1.7. That's good, that's good. definitely getting low on water. Let's check the VFR. And I believe it's 240. Or is it 240? 24 Charlie. Yep, that's it. Sweet. Whoa. Air bump. That is definitely a little straight ahead. So, turn that off. It's taken away from the... I mean, just the reflection of the radio lights onto the control yoke and the mixture knob and just the little lighting details like that that just make it so good. There's Gerald R. Ford International as we head eastward, excuse me. And we look back to the city of Grand Rapids and say, until next time. Outside for a little bit. You can even see that the panel light is off from the outside view. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I also enjoyed it very much. You can see the night sky, the Milky Way. And you can see how the light pollution from the city affects the view of the stars compared to more rural areas with less light pollution. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's gotten really bumpy. Okay. Getting to the point where I need to keep the light on, unfortunately. Let's see. No. Don't zoom out on me like that. No, you meanie McMean face. You meanie McMean face. Stop doing that. Alright, now we'll actually get onto the radio. We'll tune to traffic. Select a runway for landing. Oh, goody. I have a plethora of choices that I don't know what runway is what other than the heading. So we're going to. Oh my, it's much further south than I was giving it credit for. So that's it right there. So that's going to be roughly a 1, 2. Or a. It's opposite of 1, 2, 3, 0.
Charlie traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo 2 miles north 2,800 feet inbound to land runway tree 0.
I need to drop a lot of altitude now. So we're going to throttle back, way back to 1500 RPM. Well, there's the airport right there. Just very steep entry into the pattern. Notch of flaps in. Okay, we're gonna say we're in the downwind.
24 Charlie traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is on downwind runway tree 0.
Oh gosh, I can barely see that. It's right there though. Level out a little bit. Oh, why do you have to be so difficult to see?
Charlie traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is on base runway tree 0.
Oof. This is going to be interesting. Steep descent rate. Okay, we can announce final.
24 Charlie traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is on final runway tree 0 to land.
Cut power. And nose up, nose up, nose up. Float, float. Grease lightning. There's the windsock. Okay, flaps up. Taxiway lights, taxi lights on, landing lights off. Go up in the sea. I'm way off center line. Hit the brakes before I run out of runway. Alright. Use a little bit of grass to turn around. Now we're going to turn these off so I can see clearly. That's the downside to not knowing this airport. I don't know where the taxiways are. If I get this out though. Okay, so it's further down. It's as close as we can zoom in, it seems. And I passed it.
Charlie traffic Cessna November 6947 Echo is clear of the runway.
You have a great night too. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Let's see. Taxi light off. Beacon light. Well, no, beacon stays on. Strobe light off. Nav light off. Oh, ADF off. Transponder off. Radio 2 off. Radio 1 off. I will be taking a short break. The stream will stay live, but I need to go take care of a couple of quick things, like such as get more drinking water. When I come back, we will possibly put it during the day, fly back to Kalamazoo, or now that I think about it, we're going to probably plot a course north via following U.S. Highway 131 and slowly make our way potentially to Traverse City. So I'm going to make sure all my radios are off, everything's off. We're going to pull back the mixture, wait for the engine to stop. There's the... and we're going to alternator off, battery master off, beacon light off. There, we're going to change the time of day briefly. What's this? I don't know. Briefly change it to 7:25 p.m. for right now. We're going to go in the drone camera, and I shall maneuver the... I went to the end. No, I'm frozen. There we go. I shall leave you for a moment to take care of some needed things. Oh, look at that, crest runways. I have some things I need, personal things I need to take care of. And then I will be back with you guys. So, for a moment, I'm going to take a short break and we'll be back. We're back. Now that I have water, I'm going to intake some more caffeine. Shake her up. Approve. Oh, let's catch up with phone a little bit, because it has been off the rails. Okay, so go here. So many people playing Fall Guys. Alright, that clears that little bit up. Close that out. That's an irrelevant email. Alright. 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 Let's do this. We need to consult an aeronautical chart. So we're going to pull up the Googles. Go to skyvector.com. That's Sault Ste. Marie. Or actually, that was Whitefish Point. LT mod convective. What is that? Oh, it's a weather-related thing. Huh. Not entirely pertinent. So, we are currently right here. And we're going to try to go to... Well, we're going to be following US 131. There's Big Rapids, Ridge City, Cadillac. There's Fife Light, and there's Traverse City up here, which is KTVC. So if I go to AirNav, TVC, some of this may be a bit cut off, so that's not what I wanted to do, Google. Thank you. I'm looking at the VORs for navigation, and as well as the NDBs, to tell that these, both between the two of these, this will give me the radio navigation information that I need to get there. This also gives me the communication frequencies when I do arrive. So we're going to put these both back over in the other window. We're going to... Actually, we can just go there. Alright. We're going to plug in... Well, we got to start everything. So, we're going to... Battery master on. Light off. Alternator beacon on. Mixture full. Throttle cracked. Parking brake set. give her a crank and see what happens. Because so far, I've had to do a lot of priming to it. Hey! First try this time. Check the RPMs. Bring it down to about 900,000 RPMs. Okay, beacon is still going. We're going to turn on the transponder. We are squawking 1200. That is the VFR code. And I almost thought I forgot my microphone. Turn that on. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to go over here, check the nav frequencies. So the nearest NDB is in Gwen with a frequency of 365. I should probably turn that on. So 365. Frequency of 114.6. So 1, 2, 6. Blammo. Da, 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 da. That should be about it. So we're still on here. So we're going to depart to the north.
24 Charlie traffic, Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taking off runway 15 departure to the north.
Although I should probably just announce the taxi before I announce the takeoff.
47 Echo is taxiing to runway 15.
Okay, so we'll hide that right now. We're going to turn off the parking brake. We're going to reset the camera view, go up and tilt down a little bit. And we're going to add a little bit of throttle so we can start moving. Right about here, we'd announce that Lowell traffic, Cessna 6947 Echo is backtracking runway 1, or back taxiing runway 15. Throttle back a little bit. We're going to have to turn around. I think I really buzzed the crap out of that house when I landed, so we're going to hit the brakes. Now we can announce that we're taxiing or departing. We'll just say we're going to depart out west because we're going to find.
Charlie traffic, Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taking off runway 15 west departure.
We're going to go west far enough to find 131, and we're going to use that as our navigation aid to find Traverse City. Nice smooth takeoff. Oh, the trees. The trees. I'm trying to get my dad into this a little bit, but the challenge being he needs a computer and he needs the peripherals, because I believe that my dad would enjoy this as much as I do. He's a former flight instructor. Okay, flaps up. I can lower that for right now. He is still a certified advanced ground instructor. To ascend that fast. A nice 500 foot per minute rate would be acceptable. If you're just joining the stream, welcome, welcome. You're all appreciated. One follower away from 50 by my last count. Nope, that's the wrong button. But if you're enjoying the stream so far, feel free to hit that follow button for more, to get notified when I go live. Stop going so fast up. Stop freezing. Alright, so we're evening out a little bit. So many trees. All of the trees. Okay, we're going to throttle back a little bit, adjust the mixture. Okay, and then trim the nose down just a little bit. And over there you have Gerald R. Ford International Airport. For those of you that have been on the stream for a while, you'll remember that the last time we saw it, it was at night. I've rolled the stream back a few hours, or at least not the stream, but the time in the sim. So we get to relive the wee hours of the day as they wane down into twilight. on our adventure up to the great northern part of Michigan to Traverse City, the Cherry Capital Airport. That should go north. As we fly over Grand Rapids, Michigan, we are heading north towards Traverse City. We are at our cruising altitude of roughly 3,250 feet, where we're going to do our best to level off for a smooth flight. To Cherry Capital. Maybe Cherry City. I feel kind of dumb. It would be Cherry Capital. I was right. How about that? And boy, resumed. That does appear to, that's downtown Grand Rapids, I do believe. I believe that's 28th Street. I'd like to thank you all for coming on this journey with me tonight. Oh, goodness. Pardon me. I believe that is my brain telling my body that, hey, you need some caffeine in your system. So who am I to deny my body what it tells me that I need? Pardon me. So we need to fly heading roughly just slightly east of north. That is US Route 131, and holy crap, the hills. Wow. Wow. That's cool. Great Lakes aplenty. So many little lakes dotted over the state. Nice and trimmed. We are using US Route 131 as our primary navigational aid. However, I do have some radio frequencies tuned to Traverse City Airport, Cherry Capital Airport in Traverse City, Michigan. But there are some points of interest, at least for myself, along US 131. Dear OBS, I don't care. Gosh, they did good. They did good. They did well. They did well on this. Do. See. I hope everyone's having a good evening. Keeping things nice and relaxed. There's a golf course down there. A lot of farmland in northern lower Michigan. Which, that's a phrase that's always fun to explain to those that don't quite recognize the shape of the state of Michigan. Kind of like a mitten with a rabbit on top of it. Like a rabbit that's sprawled out forward, jumping. or like a rabbit that's sliding into home plate. I don't know why a rabbit would be playing baseball, but it's a good analogy at least. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot I got that zoomed way in. Whoops. Yeah, it might be a minute before we see a whole lot. That's okay. Really need to assign that button to my yoke. Excuse me. In a few short, or about an hour and a half, it will be officially Friday. I hope all of you have an exciting Friday planned. Whether it be before or after the potential work thing that happens. If you take out the interstate or the freeway system of the United States, I have been told that the northern part of lower Michigan bears a stunning resemblance to the country and island of Ireland. And that is told to me by a fellow streamer named Two-Tone Murphy. You can find his Twitch channel by going to twitch.tv/Two-Tone Murphy. Tell him, if you go there and give him a follow, and tell him that the Colonel sent you. Oh, baby. Oh, that's so much nicer on my back. Oh. A little far away from the rudder pedals, but those move. Oh, that's so much nicer. Oh, man. I'm sorry, but that felt really good. I've been struggling with my chair because it doesn't lock up in an upright position. So I'm either straight up, and that's uncomfortable, or I'm like way back here, and having to force myself to sit up in a somewhat reclined position is a bit of a that's a bit taxing on the mid back. So I've finally found a nice compromise. It's looking cloudy as we go north. From what I understand, it may be the weather may be kind of iffy, so that could be interesting. In fact, I think I'm going to do that right now while I'm thinking of it. I'm going to do pardon the go to all VFR. No. Map. Validate. So, search by input. So, we're going to clear that out. Validate. Client save. Go back. Resume. Hey, there we go. That works so much nicer. One less keyboard stretch that I have to do. I'm not entirely certain what river that is, but it's... I don't believe it's the Manistee. Although the Manistee is a mighty river. That seems a little odd. Wonder if that's a map glitch in Bing Maps. It's quite plausible. Kind of continues up there too. That's interesting. Very interesting map, or the river. The river's really interesting. Unless, of course, that's a dam. That looks like it may be a dam, which would actually explain a lot of that. Okay. Oh, that makes total sense then. Because that does look like a dam. Excellent. Well, solve that mystery. silly OBS. This road, I do believe, is old US 131 before they made it a freeway, or put in the freeway that is this. KRQB. What airport could you be? Village. Robin Hood Airport in Big Rapids, Michigan. It's the tow business. Tobus Wang. Still further north of us. That Big Rapids Airport is probably up here. This makes Big Rapids. Let's go back into the cockpit. How is the tow business this evening? That's awesome news. That's very awesome news. Glad it went well. OBS. It's going pretty good. Kind of down. I've been floating between 5 and 9 viewers, and it's been real exciting. We did a tour of Grand Rapids. We started off the day in Grand Ledge, Michigan. Flew to Saginaw, Michigan. Then from Saginaw, Michigan, we flew to Muskegon. And from Muskegon, we flew south to South Haven, and we took a tour of Holland before continue. So we went from Muskegon, flew around Holland, then landed in South Haven. Then we went from South Haven north to Grand Rapids, flew around, checked it out, landed in Lowell, Michigan, and then took off from Lowell and we're currently heading to Traverse City. And I just strapped a rag onto my foot and bumped the rudder pedals, and I did it again. I'll be damned. Last I checked, I am 1 follower away to the minimum required follower for affiliate, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, it's been a Michigan tour night, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because Michigan is an awesome state. It's beautiful. It's been confirmed that it looks an awful lot like Ireland by a man hailing from Dublin, and not Dublin, Ohio. I don't know why I was checking my phone. I don't care. So yeah, it's been a really great stream tonight, and it's been chill, and that's been great. I'm not entirely sure what my average is, but You should check out the great state of Vermont with its cheddar cheese sloped hills. I'll add that to the list of places I need to visit. Brazenhead, our mutual friend, had the idea earlier of visiting Mount Rushmore. But if you look in the distance and you can see there's hills and there's shadows. Yeah, for the Mount Rushmore trip, I am also going to have to swing by Devil's Tower because I've been to both of those places and it's amazing in person. I can only imagine what it's going to be like in this. I can only hope that it's going to be represented well. Let's see, what airport's up here? KRC, whoa. What's going on here? No, I deleted that. Thank you. Crap. That is RCT Nartron. Oh, I think this is that one airport with a really long runway that's not actually an airport anymore. Oh, or I'm just wrong. Yeah, that's just Unicom, so we're going to ignore that. And daggum, that's got to change. That's got to change right now. Because that's not acceptable. Mouse. No, it would be on here, so free look. No, clear, validate. Search by input. This. Display map. Awesome. Lie and save. Go back. And resume. So now, there we go. Sweet. We'll give it a quick flyover. And Montana's another good idea. I mean, now I really want to just explore the whole United States and other countries. I've got Afghanistan on my list of all places for reasons. There's so many places. It's the game has changed. It's crazy. Second one down. Well, that's a very interesting parking layout they have there. Oh, hello! Mein Freund, Zevinica has arrived. Wake up, McFly. Have to excuse me, I was a bit taken in by the scenery. Oh, I feel so much better. No. Ja, es ist the Black Forest, the Schwarzwald, the Nürburgring. It's great this time of year. Okay, so that's just on the other side of North. And we'll keep it at 5. Get that over there. Go back, see where we're at. That's what I was gonna do. Here. So we're basically following US 131 north to from Grand Rapids, Lowell, north to Traverse City, but we're just following 131. It's kind of a redo of a flight I did sometime last week in FSX, but it looks so much better. Looks 10 times better. It's so good. It's probably going to be nighttime again before we reach Traverse City. That's fine. Strong like bull. I want my bird. There we go. So, Mr. Vinegar, is it nice to be home from the day? I'm getting kind of hungry. But lucky for me, I planned ahead. I have granola bars. I mean, did you really expect much different? See, it's all about it, managing your expectations. The important thing is, you're not at work now. You're watching me stream. Everything's right with the world. Well, not everything, but... And the world's getting awfully bumpy. What? Mike doesn't have his own legs to stand on? Oh. Must have been pretty bad. Graphics are taking a bit of a hit right now. And by graphics, I mean frames. Oof. Do believe we're coming up on Cadillac, Michigan. If I pull up the Google Maps, that's not Google Maps. It really does. If you really want to get into something that's very relaxing to do, that looks visually stunning, pick this up. Get a cheap joystick and pick this up, because it is a lot of fun. To be able to do this with friends is even better. Ah, this is indeed Cadillac, Michigan. And that smaller body of water is Lake Cadillac. And the larger one to the left is Lake Mitchell. So that's something you know now. Oh, let's go back in the cockpit. The frames are bad. The frames are bad. Oh no. Oh no. Nope, I didn't put that back on. Oop. It's like it was never gone. Just like to say hello to everyone in the stream. Hope you're having a pleasant evening, getting ready for the weekend. Tomorrow is officially Friday. It'll officially be Friday in a little over an hour for me. So I am looking forward to that to a special degree. I don't know what's so special about the degree, but doggone it, that's what I said. So I'm just going to run with it. This is Cadillac, Michigan. Probably the biggest city that we'll see on our trip to until we reach the destination of Traverse City. I'm relaxed. I'm really relaxed, but glad to see you stop by. I'm currently flying over Cadillac, Michigan. The frames are a little iffy right now, but I think we're working through it. That is Lake Cadillac right there. And off in the distance is Lake Mitchell. And that is a sunset that happened a few hours ago. I rolled back time a little bit so that we could see where we were flying. We took off from, well, we took off last from Lowell, Michigan, L-O-E-L-L, Lowell. And we're heading to Traverse City, Michigan. Cherry Capital Airport. That is the Cadillac Airport right there. And I believe up here at this exit coming up on the right, coming into center screen, I believe there's a Meijer or a grocery store here, that there's a gas station that when my dad and I used to make our road trip up north, we would come back or come here and fuel. Welcome back, Tow Business. You're very welcome here, my friend. So this is first. And this is definitely not a big town, but this is one of the last big towns that you run into going up north until you hit Traverse City, Petoskey. So it's kind of the last bastion into the great wilderness that is northern Lower Michigan, which is beautiful, by the way. Just gorgeous visuals. We are following 131 still. It is beautiful. As the lights start coming on, I did. You're absolutely correct. Kind of going light on some of the procedures. I should have probably given the airspace much more altitude or distance. I should go into the cockpit and start turning on more than just the rotating beacon, such as the strobe lights and the nav lights. Air is starting to get a little bumpy. And the sun's getting real low. But the reflections are stunning. You can see the individual rivets on the inspection plate and the wing panels. Some lakes off there. I'm currently looking for Fife Lake and potentially the Manistee River. Fife Lake. Okay, so Fife Lake, I believe, should be up in here. Yes. Where's Black Widow when we need her? Fife Lake has some familial significance, as my paternal heritage used to have a bunch of land up there, but we don't anymore. It was sold off to pay for some sort of ailment treatment. It may have been cancer, I'm not entirely certain. But it was long before I was around. Which means the Manistee River should be... Okay, I see it. Okay. I have a... Manistee River should be coming up somewhere around in here. And there's a landing named after my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather on my father's side. Called Rainbow Gym Bridge. Rainbow Jim was a hunting and fishing guide along the Manistee River in northern Lower Michigan. And the Manistee River was used for some logging transportation. Float logs down the river from time to time, way back in the past. So we're gonna see if we can find it. I believe so. Yeah, Manton should be... Actually, I think we're already past it. Manton was right here. So we're just north of Manton. Fife Lake is here. This is the Manistee River, which we're going to take a brief detour to check out the Manistee, see if I can see Rainbow Gym Bridge. Oh dear. There's a strong potential that we will not see the bridge like I am hoping, but my personal opinion, it's worth the check. I have a rough idea of what it should look like. Sleep well, tow business. We shall catch you in the next one. Don't think that was it, because I'm pretty sure that's got to be it. Maybe. I'm not sure that that's it. I believe it's a north-south-ish bridge. I think it might be right here. Well, that's not north and south, but judging by the curvature of the river and how it goes under the bridge, that's got to be it. That would be correct. Coster Road. Yep, that's definitely it. That is the Rainbow Gym Bridge right there. It is not a big bridge at all. Alright. So, I need to start looking for an airport. Because I need to get some fuel. Yep. That's going to be... Oh. I appreciate that, tow business. You are a good friend, and I appreciate you. So, I might... Despite how low on fuel we are, which we're pretty low, you sleep well. That is Cherry Capital Airport. We may just, in fact, reach our destination on fumes. I should have planned a little bit better. I thought I refueled at Lowell. I actually very well could have. This has been quite the flight. But I think we have a reasonable chance to make Traverse City. Cherry Capital. Tower. A little under a quarter of a tank in each wing.
Traverse City Tower, Cessna, November 6947 Echo is 16 miles southeast with Mike to land. Cessna, November 6947.
Well, that was an odd audio glitch.
Altimeter 29.88 with 257 at tree 1. Fly straight and runway 28 Cessna.
Runway 28. So that should be that runway there. Keep this heading. Going to reduce power a little bit. Shallow descent. At least for a little bit. Lower that and raise the nose. And there goes my phone. Oh, I kind of figured it was. Got some traffic right here going on. That's cool. Should probably go ahead and put my landing lane on just for visibility. I kind of figured. I don't think this guy's talking to ATC at all right now. Not that I'm one to talk. No, this is, I think it's just the Rabbit. I can't remember the proper term for the approach lighting. I think the beacon's gonna be behind here somewhere. Let's see if I can angle out this way a little bit. Actually, don't see the beacon at all from here. That's interesting. That's possibly real traffic, real AI traffic, because I haven't heard them talk on the radio at all. Negative. It's a towered airport, but I have not heard out of that aircraft yet. In fact, there's the chat log between me and air traffic control. I think it's only staffed at certain hours, but I'm not sure if how accurate that depicts it in the sim.
Cessna 47 Echo cleared to land runway 28. Wind 257 and tree 2. Cleared to land runway 28 Cessna 47 Echo.
There's the beacon. That goes down. 60 knots. Add a little bit of power. Awfully low. Shallow. There's a nose wheel.
Cessna 47 Echo, turn next taxiway.
A little off center. I'm not going to make that taxiway. Switch from landing lights to taxi lights.
Cessna 47 Echo, turn next taxiway.
I'm working on it, tower.
Cessna 47 Echo, contact ground on 121.8. 121.8 Cessna 47 Echo.
Okay, 121.8.
Traverse City Ground Cessna November 69er 47 Echo, request taxi to parking.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
November 69er 47 Echo taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway below.
Okay, because they don't like give me a
General aviation parking using
progressive
taxiway
tax.
Bravo
Okay.
Cessna 47 Echo.
Let's see. Okay, we're going to have to do that again because I'm not familiar with where they want me to park specifically. Alright. That's up, flaps are up. Sleep well, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we're going to turn that parking ribbon off. What? Navigates taxi ribbon off. Apply and save. Go back. Resume. And to set the parking brake, we're going to turn off the strobe lights, turn off the taxi lights, turn off the nav lights. Nope, I wanted the strobe lights on. Tick. Off, power off, power off, and check, 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 check. Mixture out. Okay, so we're gonna talk to taxis, ground services.
Traverse City Ground Cessna November 69er 47 Echo, could you please send a fuel truck?
Come on. Yeah, it's another fuel truck. We'll see if it goes as badly this time as it did last time. Although the follow me truck is not driving around for some reason. Yep, that's real traffic, alright. Flying a citation like a fighter pilot. You say that. I should probably turn the beacon off. Well, I mean, we can be a little cheaty if it doesn't even show up. Turn up the dome light too. So we'll just go straight night for now. Go back to the, well, let's go to the extra. Dude's just flying a citation like a fighter pilot. I'm just waiting on a fuel truck. Kind of hope, if he's got tags on, he knows where I'm at anyway, so the idea that I had halfway out of my mouth is irrelevant. See, the problem we had last night at Toledo was the fuel truck eventually showed up, and then there was a second one that was trying to drive around it. Yeah, it probably is at this rate. And lanced it into the ground. I'm about ready to cancel that fuel truck.
Traverse City Ground, Cessna November 69er 47 Echo. I am done with fuel services.
Yeah, no kidding. We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Okay, now what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Well, let's go fly. Let's have some fun. Let's go to the desert. Let's go find Afghanistan. Spent 5.5 hours, give or take, touring Michigan. Let's find something a bit exotic. Although I don't think exotic's the correct word that I'm looking for. Let's check my... Ooh, I'm up to 18 hours. Okay, world map. 100%. No passenger. Wait. Pilot wait. ATC options. Well, let's go into something a little bigger. Go back into weight and balance because that got changed. So we do bam bam. We do bam bam. Let's see what's daytime right now. Oh, perfect. Afghanistan. Ooh, there's Kuwait. Tomb of Cyrus. Oh gosh, I don't know what any of these things are. I wonder, search, so Bagram? Sure. Why not? Ramp GA large. Ooh. How about ramp GA small? That's better. Make sure that's all set to live, and I'm probably going to be the only one flying around Afghanistan. I mean, since we're having some fun anyway, might as well make it interesting and fly in a desert. And not just any desert, but the deserts of Afghanistan. That's definitely a way to put it. It's a very interesting way to point your mic, but the setup looks pretty good. I like who the streamer you're watching though. Alright. So that's just visibility. Huh. Let's see. Wow. We're at a high altitude. Well, let's see what happens. Thanks for the follow, new follower goal time. I do appreciate it. I do greatly appreciate it. That's a huge milestone. Let's get some claps in the chat. And thank the new follower for helping me hit 50 follows. let's hope that I've also achieved the view average that I need. Could be a very good night for me. I do appreciate every single one of you oh so much for helping me get to where I'm at. And to do it with Flight Sim, it's just perfect. So I am extremely humbled and grateful all at the same time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will make the most of it. You can be sure of that. Pardon me. Okay, so I need to zoom in. Let's see. Battery master, alternator master, rotating beacon. Engine start. Hey, right off the bat. Love it. The mountains sure look pretty, don't they? And they're everywhere. Nice. Alright, so blah 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 blah. Where's my RPM? I should probably increase that a little bit. Okay, avionics. 7,000 should be just the, and this is not going to be totally, well, I mean, we're at Bagram. It's already kind of off the wall. So, alright, I think we're, as far as we're going to really need to go. Wow. That's a lot of options for ground.
Background ground Cessna November 6947 Echo ready to taxi departing straight out with whiskey.
Cessna November 6947 Echo taxi to and hold short of runway 21 left using taxiway Charlie Alpha. Contact tower on 120.1 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 21 left using taxiway Charlie Alpha Cessna 47 Echo.
So it's gonna be down there. I need progressive taxi, please. Because I don't know where I'm going. Resume. Alright. So we're going to now, that's fine. We got the beacon on, that's all we really need. Alright. So parking brake off. Parking brake off, thank you. Free and clear. Set up. Nose down a little bit. And it wants me to go all the way down there just to go back. I'm going to disagree with its decision and cut across here. Hey, look! It fixed itself. How about that? Oh dear. There we go. Oh, the mountains. Oh dear. So, welcome to Bagram, everybody. We're probably flying out of what is actually being used as a military airport. We're definitely not a military aircraft unless it's somehow an undercover operation, which is possible. It's entirely possible. Unlikely, but possible. It's an A320. We're taxiing awfully quickly, so we're going to slow up just a hair. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you for popping in again. I am currently at Bagram in Afghanistan, just about ready to take off. I have some slight concerns because the field elevation is just shy of 5,000 feet. I probably would have been closer to the ground if I had gone to Baghdad. Plane RL. You're playing the rail line. I can't say as I've heard of that game before. Ah, Rocket League. So it's a space simulator, right? Well, I do say it because reasons. Okay, we're going to wait so I can tune the tower. Waiting for it to give me the option. Aha. This might be... No, it's where I need to be.
Background Tower Cessna November 69er 47 Echo at runway 21 left ready for takeoff straight out departure.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo cleared for takeoff runway 21 left straight out departure.
Probably just is.
Cleared for takeoff runway 21 left Cessna 47 Echo.
Diagram. Done. There's a pro team in the RLCS called Space Station Gaming. Very interesting. I'm not familiar with high altitude, high... This might not go well. The density altitude, that was the word I was looking for. This may not go as... This may not go great. But we're gonna give it the old college try. Just gonna have a nice shallow ascent. right about now, I probably would be shot down. Or at least quite possibly so. And the lower flat, or raised flaps. See, I like to think that I like to fly places that nobody else thinks of. Yeah. So, welcome to Afghanistan, everybody. I hope you have your flak vests and Kevlar helmets. Could be an interesting ride. We're probably not going to go flying in the mountains, but we may fly near the mountains. We're definitely going to take in the sights, though. If anything, people in Twitch are going to look at Bagram. Bagram, where's that? And click to have a look. That or they're going to say, Bagram, why is somebody flying at Bagram? Because why not? It's Flight Simulator. If I had to make a guess, an educated guess, I would hazard that my unit, when they deployed, was probably stationed in Bagram with the CH-47 Chinooks. But again, that's just that's speculation. I don't know for sure. It was also in the end of 2003. And they probably didn't end up in country until early 2004. But again, I'm not entirely certain of any of that. It was a long time ago, and I didn't get to go with them. So I'd like to say that the current weather in Afghanistan is hot and sunny and not a cloud in the sky. Well, there might be some clouds over that way. But the weather over Bagram seems roasting, probably a little on the scorching side. Well, I was going to say sunny with a chance of lead, but that counts too. I wonder if anybody's really toured Beirut in Flight Sim yet. Thanks, Bagram.
Bagram Tower Cessna November 69er
Kabul approach. That's funny. It's not as funny as I think it is, but it made me laugh. There's some more airspace south of here. Ooh, my airspeed's getting real low. I'm pegged. Probably violating some very restricted airspace. I don't think the general aviation scene in Afghanistan is very big right now. Well, I can say one thing about Bagram. There's a lot of mountains, and on most sides of it. I don't want to descend, thank you. I have a feeling this area down here was using satellite imagery of a rare cloud in the country of Afghanistan. Because it's an awful lot darker than the rest of it. And it's kind of cloud shaped. I'm getting thirsty just looking at it. Oh. Nowhere impressive. I feel like I'm still descending. And I am. I do believe we're heading south towards Kabul. Kabul? I do not know the appropriate pronunciation for what is either Kabul or Kabul. I don't even know that I'm pronouncing Bagram correctly. I'm just sounding it out the way it's spelled. And I certainly cannot speak to the authenticity of the scenery here in Afghanistan. I've never been. So if anyone in the chat has been to Afghanistan and can comment on how accurate it appears to be, I would be grateful. We are about over Kabul. Well, we took off from Bagram. I just flew between two mountains. Two very deserty mountains, surrounded by a plethora of very large mountains. It is a bit bumpy up here. That's not the window, that's the window. Either I'm descending or the ground's coming up to meet me. No, scenery. I feel like this airport isn't very big. It's not even a portion the size of Bagram. Is it on the other side of this mountain? It might be. So it might be bigger than I'm thinking. I have no frame of reference. I've never been here before. Welcome to Kabul, everybody. It's a much larger metropolitan area than the airport we departed moments ago in Bagram. A lot of the same sandy color. Still have a nice view of snow-capped mountains to the west and to the south and to the east. You've got these couple of these smaller mountains blocking the northern view a little bit. That's okay. We can let them get away with that. Yeah, it's got some size to it. I think that these are the only airports we're going to find for a while. So, there's that. I should probably land in, I need to make a bit of a pit stop. Because I've been drinking water and flying around in the virtual desert is not helping. Who would have figured? Is there actually ground traffic here? There is ground traffic here. I'll be darned. Some nice sandy colored high rises here in the city. I'm sure there are some for rent. I'm sure there are many marketplaces in which to buy your wares. Because if Traveler has coin, Khajiit has wares. We're gonna go ahead and get ready for a probably unapproved landing, and probably not the greatest landing I've done tonight, but I really need a pit stop. And I'm gonna make sure that I get it, you know what I mean? Good news is I have plenty of runway to work with. The bad news is I will probably be arrested upon landing and parking. I'm just going to cut throttle completely. They have some interesting runway markers. It's very different to most of the United States, but of course we're not in the United States right now, so they can do their own thing. We're still going to make the best out of this landing that we possibly can. Float, 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 float. Mains down. Nose gear down. Play with the... There appears to be something floating off to the left there. There's a taxiway right there. That's just my chair, folks. It's kind of a crappy chair, but it was free and it serves its purpose for now. It sure is. Now, I need to find a reasonable parking place. There seems to be a fuel stop over there and makes a reasonable parking spot as any. Because it sure beats waiting for the fuel trucks. Flaps up. I may be SOL over here for fuel options. Feeling these spots are meant for aircraft much larger than a Cessna 172. Just a guess. So I'm going to stop up here because, as stated before, I need a pit stop. So that's off. Let's go inside, set the parking brake, check the drone camera, let's get a nice view. Chat, you are responsible for entertaining any new friends that show up in my absence. But I will be right back, folks. I'm taking a pit stop. All right. I've returned. So, shall we continue exploring Afghanistan? Shall we continue trying to explore Afghanistan, or shall we look for somewhere more developed as a nation? Poland! We can do Poland. Let's do Poland. But where in Poland? Well, we have quite the selection for Warsaw. Duke Rocky. Poland will be at night, so bear that in mind. Not that we couldn't change the time, but oh, we could head to we could head to Beirut. Oh, let's head to Beirut. Ooh, Tel Aviv. There is Tel Aviv. David, Tel Nov, Temple Mount, Jerusalem. Junction. Ben Gurion. Balance. We're gonna just do 100% fuel. No passenger. Roughly accurate weight. Live. So no, tonight on, let's see, change that to the med. How do you spell Mediterranean? Done. That's one of those is like, that's a word that I don't have to spell very often. Properly. There we go. Oh, I think it's time for another. Of course, I do that. It's ready to fly. I was gonna say it's time for another granola bar, but apparently Flight Sim's just like, no, you don't need to eat. All right, we're going to instantly go straight to the drone camera, kind of get an idea of where we are. Seems to be fairly early in the morning, give or take. I think we're in a parking spot meant for a much larger aircraft, but that's nothing new. It sure is something. We haven't even gotten hardly off the ground yet. do. Beacon. Love it when it starts right up. Okay, avionics on.
Ben Gurion Ground Cessna November 69er 47 Echo with Alpha request taxi for takeoff west departure.
Cessna November 69er 47 Echo taxi to and hold short of runway 30 via taxiway Juliet Charlie Echo. Contact tower on 134.6 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 30 using taxiway Juliet Charlie Echo Cessna 47 Echo.
Okay. That was fast.
Ben Gurion Tower Cessna November 6947 Echo frequency change.
Yeah, for now. It does not appear to be a photogrammetry city. There's a view. No. Nice. So basically the idea is flying up the coast and up and around and see how far I get before it's time to move on. Kind of hoping that I get another raid from Fu, but we'll see. I'm probably going to be flying through more than a couple no-fly zones. But where's the fun in the flight sim if you can't break a couple of rules here and there, right? Yeah? And even the satellite imagery here is kind of limited. No, I'm pretty sure it's just a leisure boat. A moving boat would hold a lot of containers. It's what I do. There is a boat and it's moving. There are several boats and they are moving too. I don't know where, but they're sure going places. I think I see a map error. Let's see if it goes. I'm still. Alright, well. Gotcha. Yeah, How am I still hearing them? I'm like a country away now. Now, I have some serious doubts that that's a real structure and that's probably a map error. But I could be wrong because I would be lying if I said I was even remotely quasi familiar with this country. But because I'm not, I don't have a doggone clue. My money's on map error. Like it misread something and you got 4 really tall towers or smokestacks. I don't know. Because as good as this whole system is, it's not perfect. I don't think anybody really expected it to be perfect. If they did, they're fools. No, they're at least being shown as very tall buildings, but the surrounding buildings don't make sense. So I'm just gonna move along, because that's kind of weird. That was a thing. Coming up on 7 hours of streaming. Roger Dodger. Well, let's do something fun. Why not? 7 hours. Well, it's problematic. I'm out of water. Which, if I'm out of water, that means it's time to look for an airport. Pete, stop. It's a small little airport, but it's still an airport. That was a little rough. All right. I have no idea. I'm only stopping long enough to get some water because I'm out of agua. No water. So I'll be back in a moment after I refill my water bottle. Play nice, pillow. Oh, let's see. I'm at the airport with the identifier LLHA. Let's see. Because I'm curious myself. Airport LLHA. Haifa. Okay, so I'm still in Israel. Haifa. Haifa? Maybe? Yep, Haifa. I'm probably pronouncing that very, very wrong. Haifa. Well, I haven't even left Israel yet. Bring that back out a bit. Get my seat resituated. Okay, we're going to caffeinate up again. Alright. Oh. Alright, so parking brake off. This is basically the equivalent of stopping somewhere, stopping at a gas station, getting out of the car, grabbing something to drink, and not even turning the car off. So we're gonna just assume that I back taxi, because I don't see any taxiways to the runway. And that appears to be correct. So, back out, close that down, put the flaps up. Go off A or the the name I spoke to say, well, we'll go around here. Lift off. Come on. Okay. Flaps can go up. We're starting to get in the early AM of UTC. So our European friends are starting to wake up. Ooh, a couple little clouds. A couple little puffy clouds. Feeling tired? Drink some water. It is pretty interesting. It's definitely not a lot going on, that's for sure. I think we're about to hit the edge of some reasonable definition map imagery. So now it's looking kind of basic. It's getting better. Oh, ooh, something in my back popped and it felt kind of good. I don't even know if I'm still in Israel right now. I think the next country up is Jordan. Could be wrong. Excuse me. Pardon moi. Please let go of the hat. Honestly, I would be surprised if I'm still in Israel right now. I've got to be getting close to Jordan. You tell me, you've got access to the maps. I'm flying an airplane. Oh, I might be in Beirut by now. This almost looks familiar. South of Beirut. I'm gonna guess that that's not pronounced Tyre. Because that's kind of how it's spelled. Ah, okay. Well, it kind of looked like it, the way it kind of hooked around the shoreline like that. I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. Yep, I'm on live time and live weather. So, weather's kind of nice down here. Couple puffy clouds here and there. Now, 120 knots seems a bit faster when you're 400 feet above the ground. Don't know what city this is. Some sort of sports stadium, it looks like. It's been a pretty relaxing stream. And that's a good thing. But depending on what happens in the next 15 minutes, may call it good at 8 hours of streaming. I'd say I started streaming. Well, no, you left for work well after or well before I started streaming. So this was kind of my 8-hour workday, essentially. Question is, I gotta find an airport regardless, so there's some coming up straight ahead. And then there's Oka, or Olka. Alternatively, I could try to cross this. Excuse me, my throat is dry. Now, Mr. Winokur, if I were to cross this body of water that I'm currently over, according to this little mini map, where am I over now, and where would I be going to? Like, where am I over now, and what is across that body of water? I'm rather curious. Cyprus. Is that a good? Would you say that that's a good point to start making, hitting the northern edge of? Oh, I'm by Beirut. Well, if I'm by Beirut, I can't just stop now. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh, we gotta check it out. We gotta check that out. Go over Beirut and then we'll head over to Cyprus. How about that? We're just gonna fly down the runway. No, we'll avoid the runway. Bad is Beirut. We're gonna gain a little bit of altitude just because there's a city in front of us, and it looks to be some hills as well. Actually, if I remember the way it looked like on the map, I'm over here is where the blast was. So I'm heading right for that. Yep, there it is. Right there. Or no. Might have been right here. It was in this vicinity. You know, it's gotta have been right here. Right in here. Right in here. Or it was right here. It was right here. This was it right here. No, it was definitely right here because that looks correct. I took a screenshot anyway. We'll figure it out. That is a tiny freaking runway. Yeah, no thanks. I'm gonna pass. That's a heck of a displaced threshold. Holy cow. Nose up, hold the nose up, hold the nose up, hold the nose up. Ooh, that was a crunch. Okay, main gears down, nose gears down. Laps are going up. And for a turn off. Brakes a little bit. There's a dip. We're gonna find a decent place to park, and that'll probably be that. Close this out. Close that out. And that. Ah, my altimeter was off. Altimeter. Transponder. Can't track me, coppers. Let's leave that on. So, avionics. Beacon needs to run. Okay. Cut off. Beacon. Battery. Keys. That's not the... Well, that button's coming, but not. Well, we're going to leave you off in the city of Beirut. City going through some hard times. And I basically just did a giant circle. So until next time, be kind to each other, stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.